Good morning and TGIF. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. I trade live, my own dollars in my own funded account with AMP Futures Trading, focusing on the micro ES at this moment because it's my account and the extreme high volatility is something you should pay attention to. So the purpose of this stream is I don't multitask well, and I have come to realize that this is fantastic. I capture everything that I can see on my two screens here, my two primary screens for trading, and my two platforms. One is Bookmap and is IRT. And then my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that time. Works really well. And I can review the stream. I push to YouTube for two reasons. A, my focus is on complete transparency and accountability. I'm committed to never take a trade on this account off of the stream. That's the reason the streams last every trading day for 7 hours from now, 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market through the cash close at 1500. I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice in any way, but this is my, again, this is my virtual trading journal, and I do trade live, a live funded account funded by me with my own dollars. And I allow anybody to, peek over my shoulder, sort of, or input, interact, whatever. So there we go. The numbers are goofy. Oh, I should also say that all of the time that I refer to and that you see on my charts or my wherever here on the stream is Central Standard Time. So there's that. You will also notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. You can see any programs that are being used, and you can see the hours, minutes, seconds, and the date on the clock, which ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. Again, accountability and transparency. So, win, lose, or draw. And lately it's been a lot of lose. I've had 8 stops in a row on the initial balance trade. I only trade statistically vetted setups. We'll go into all of that in a little bit. But first of all, let's get back to the reports. Now, I don't know what to say. I try to keep my opinions to myself, I guess. But I use two news sources, investing.com and Financial Juice. They are both free versions. I keep them free versions because I want to have what I use on the stream here and that somebody may, see or want to use. I want them as available to as many people as possible. I can't do anything about paying for Bookmap or IRT. Those are subscriptions and I have to pay for them. I actually own Bookmap and IRT is a sub. Because they don't offer a lifetime license. But that's why the news stuff is free, and you see these ads floating all over the place. And if it bothers you, well, oops, subscribe yourself. What can I say? And now the advantage of both of these systems these sources is you can filter them for wherever you are in the world, your resources, the kind of time zones you're interested in, reports you're interested in. If you're living in Kuala Lumpur and you want to focus on the the Nikkei, you can do that, no problem. My original go-to source has always been investing.com for a number of reasons. I like the format, even though they've just redone it and it's bigger and more, spread out. It's just not as compact and as user-friendly to me. But anyway, you can filter it for anything you want. They have a lot of features that I like. First of all, you can search, today, tomorrow, this week, next week, whatever you want to do. And also notice that the titles turn into a link or a URL when you hover over them. That means if you don't know what the Michigan inflation number is, you can click that title and it'll take you to a page about that. Also, I should point out that we are in earnings season. And stand by one. Sorry about that. So anyway, you can see what you're looking for. Now we're in earnings season. Just let me give you this is why I don't post it. Those are the earnings just for today. I'm going to speed this up to get on. The next one of the order of business here is, as I said, financial juice. And it's got a couple of things that I like. I'm not real crazy about the docket, but one thing they do on a daily basis is if any of these random executive order signings or press conference or any of that kind of stuff, which could have a recognized impact on our auction, they will pull that into the docket. Investing.com does not. They only report traditional economic numbers. And then Financial Juice has this docket or this squawk box feature over here. So get on to the pre-market here. Now I'm behind the curve. So here's the pre-market. IRT. Interesting overnight, huh? There's yesterday's RTH session, closed right down here, way on the lows, and I mean way on the lows. This is the cash close at 1,500, and then they sold it off. And my comments at the end of the market in the market wrap-up was, this was flat on the bottom. There was no excess. The auction hadn't concluded properly, and I expected them to continue to auction. They did this before from 1,500 to 1,600, and then, as typically expected, this is not a prediction, but it's just, if you wake up every morning and you notice that the sun's coming up, it's probably reasonable to expect the sun to come up. And this is one of those cases, or two of those cases: flat bottom, no excess on the market. And typically when we have a relatively dramatic move and close on the extreme lows or the extreme highs, that indicates the auction hasn't finished, and I usually expect continuation, and there we go. Now, for whatever reason, they've come all the way back across it again, and we're trading up here. Okay? We are within range So it doesn't look like any gap situation going to happen today, but that's this is pretty telling. Here is the I should say this is this is IRT. These are micros. It's a micro NQ. This is my micro composite micro ES chart, which is my daily or my high time frame chart. Notice that on all of the IRT, in all of my IRT charts, there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So should alleviate any questions. You can just look there and get all the data you want. This is my higher time frame chart, which is a day session or RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Now this is talk about a wick test here. This is I figure it's still an overlap, so I included it into the volume profile. The micro composite volume profile. In so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, these high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap, and of course, all-time high and all that stuff. This is the the E-mini market profile. We're trading quite a bit of volume so far this morning, and the session prices here also push to bookmap. I'm trying to hurry up if I can. TGIF, by the way. So, bookmap. I assume you're familiar. This is the DOME, the order book, the price ladder. Pick a name you like. These are all the prices and resting liquidity, limit orders at all of these levels. These are not traded. These are resting liquidity. This is my micro composite high time frame where I manually entered these things, as I mentioned. Get rid of that, by the way. And these are the high and low volume nodes. The full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today, and then pick up again on Sunday night at 1700. And this is the RTH volume profile, which started plotting yesterday at the RTH Open, and it will reset this morning. This is a real important column for me, and it's my statistics open type and my statistics column for the associated price session prices, which we'll deal with that here in a minute. And these are the session prices from IRT. I push these and share these free and openly. Happy to do that for anybody that wants them. Put a like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with that. Lots of people use them. IRT, Static. Hey, Panda. Static, TLab, etc. So, bookmap. Notice there's no indicators on bookmap or IRT. What there are is references to prices and volume levels and statistics. There's a POC for the RTH and the ETH session. POC. Hi, Panda. What? Now don't start meowing. I'm trying to talk. There is a POC, which is the volume point of control. Nothing more complicated than a marker for the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 2,102 contracts have traded at, whatever that is, 6,700. Okay, 6807. Now, earlier it was down here, and then it was up here, and then it was up here, and then it was up there. Now it's just shifted up here. Okay, now it's just up here at 80 or 56, and pretty quick this will jump up here from IRT. That's all. There's a VWAP, volume weighted average price for RTH and ETH, or Globex, and there is also a POC for the RTH session and a mid, period. Then we have the a couple of levels which are real important for me and which seem to confuse people, and that's the IBL and IBH. That's initial balance high and low, meaning nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Stand by. What? Huh? We can't go wandering all over the house. No, we can't do that. He's got something up her sleeve. I don't know what. Two cats, Panda and Lucky. Anyway, back to the mission at hand here. Seemed to be kind of disjointed this morning. I apologize. So here's our overnight session. Pretty crazy. Blue Boy, by the way, let me point that out. This is a top secret indicator I put on the first print of every session, and it's called a vertical line. Now, and I can prove it. There they are. There's the ETH day before yesterday, RTH, and here we are. Panda, come on. And here we are with the ETH so far. Now, let's look at the session. The next thing that we need to do, which is pretty important here, is determine the statistical open, and there are only 4 types. How do you do that? Only 2 criteria. Very simple. If this is let's imagine we open right here, right now. Where would that price compare with the previous RTH close? Well, I can tell you that that's down here below us at 67.88. So it's way down here. It's right under there. Okay. Can't see it right now, but trust me, that's where it is. I can prove that by, there you go. There's the RTH close, 67.88.75. Well, anyway, so it is higher than the close. And then how would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and down there's the previous RTH low. It's within range, period. That simple. So the first thing I do is change the column title to reflect higher in range, because I suppose that's what it's going to be. And remember, this is not going to be set until 8:30 this morning. I always change the title of this column so that when I look at a snap or the stream, I can see the title and I instantly know the relationship of the ETH to the RTH Open. That's all there is to it. Next thing we're going to do is clear the statistics out of here because they are from yesterday. Boop. Okay, now how do we do the stats? Well, we come over here. And isn't that cute? There was yesterday. Conveniently, IRT highlights the correct open type, but of course not until after 8:30. We've determined it's going to be higher in range. So how does this system work? The computer looks back at the most recent 1,671 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range 516 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 416 times for 80.6%. Overnight volume point of control, 80.6. That, my friends, is just how complicated this is. The next thing I will do is the overnight mid, 74.6. Well, let's check where that might be. It's right about there. I mean, oops, let's go ahead and actually type it in there. Now, I should probably make this sound real confusing and put it behind a paywall, but I'm just, that's not the point here. So all I'm going to do now, I've done the POC and the min. I'm just going to run down the list. What's the next one? It's 74.2 is the overnight high. Overnight high is right under developing value area high. That's suspicious. 74.6. And I want to do one of the IBs for you here. IB high is 67. That's a low. Let's do the IB low where you can see what it is. It's a 49.2. So here's the overnight. Here's the IB low, and I'll tell you why I'm doing this. What, Panda? I don't know what your problem is, but you have definitely got one this morning. Why do I put those initials? Because the minute we open, remember the definition, the IB low is going to jump up here below price, and the IB high, which is under the previous RTH high, we never got back there yesterday, is going to come down to the top of price in this session. So they will not be at these locations anymore, and I will want to know what was there. So I put on that initial, I put that initial, and away we go. What else do we need to do here? Previous close, 69.8, and that was 77 something or another, wasn't it? Yeah, stand by. Hold on. I'm coming. Okay, now that takes care of those statistics, and now I have to drop away to do something that I do every morning at 8 o'clock. Oh, 8:20, I'm sorry. And that is called the TLab snap. So this is why I stream, because I don't multitask very well, as I said. I'm trying to do. Careful, Panda, now just settle down. I'll be right there. This is, embarrassing, but it's the truth. But it is what it is, huh? Okay, so what is this? Well, it is the TLab snap. What is the TLab? It is, well, Phoebe, you want to say hello? Oh, who's out there? Oh, you don't know. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Started by and maintained by a guy named Tom B. Every morning at about 6, I post the reports for the day, and every morning at about 8:20, I post this snap to give anyone else in there that doesn't have the same kind of charting as I do, or that a lot of people do, can have all the numbers they might need. And that's all there is to it. What is the TLab? It is as I said, it's a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And he is a self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 years experience. And I use that term specifically because I've never seen, verified account, his account. I've never, and he doesn't trade live, nor does he trade call trades. So I've never seen him trade, and I've never seen his accounts, nor would I expect to. But I've listened to him for a long time and been involved in that room, that Discord area for a long time, and I believe it's the truth. But, can I prove that? No. So I don't know how to say that politely, or that doesn't sound derogatory in any way, because I mean nothing derogatory by it, but it is the truth. So every day I put those 2 posts in there. I'm not nearly as active in there anymore as I used to be, but I want to always put a good word out for Tom and tip my hat to the TLab, and there's a bunch of good people in there. So that's why I do that. And it's the only other place I recommend, including any of the bookmap Discord sites, which I certainly haven't been to all of them, but the ones that I have visited are pretty absolutely as, you would expect for a internet or YouTube place. You know, the second word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. And in the TLab, you're never solicited for anything. So there we go. Now let's get on to the business at hand, which is being able to trade with Bookmap. That's kind of important, I guess, isn't it? So the way you trade with Bookmap is you activate the trade control panel. You select a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, it's only this active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade are the DOM columns. Both is, as you might be able to guess, both of them. So the first thing I do is look at trading statistics and AMP and select that's the live account. Great. That's just, it pushes the trades to that journal. I don't really rely on that journal at all, but I figure if it's there, why not back it up some other way? I use static, but anyway, that's something developed by Rod, who's a one of the TLab people from a long time ago. I use multi-brackets, very definitely, recommend them absolutely. This is where the risk-neutral methodology and I am sneezing and carrying on, son of a gun, excuse me. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is implied or applied to my trading. Jesus. And the smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number, and I'll explain why. So there's the package. Then you select a stop for the entire package. And the first thing that I recommend you do very definitely is look at your account risk tolerance. You know, the prime job of a trader is to maintain and preserve your account. What good does it do you to have the most fantastic strategy if you're a dillweed, you put on a 10 lot and blow your account up? Nothing. Risk management. So once these two values are selected, and let me also say, you shouldn't be deciding this value at 2-3 minutes before the open. This should have been well considered and looked at during your homework session a long time before now. Once this is selected, then the first risk neutral target is, or T1 is automatic. It's for half of the package. Remember I said they need to be even. And it is for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negatively. Then when this is achieved, the worst that can possibly happen in the trade is a scratch. Then there's the runner. And you can do, 4 lots, 12 lots, or whatever your account can deal with. And also you need to be looking at volatility and all those things. I also have determined from backtesting that the most advantageous profit-wise, one of the most advantageous trade management things for me for my initial balance trades, which are the only vetted trades I take, is when T1 is achieved, the stop is trailed to entry. Close. Those are set up. Those are ready to go. Confirm 2 lots. It's green. I have all my statistics up here that I also have here. You can turn these off and on, by the way. So I don't need the rest of the control panel anymore. I can click the button again. It hides that, gives me my real estate back. We're going to open in less than a minute, and I get cancel and close. What, Panda? What's the matter, baby? Jesus, I don't know what's wrong with it. But hold on. We're going to open here in about 45 seconds. So I'm going to stand by for that and see what happened. And good morning. Welcome to TGIF and craziness in the market. Look at this overnight. Holy smokes. What's the matter? That's got to watch. And there's our open. And we reset. What the hell was that? That's no good. What happened there? I don't know why that did that. We're open and it reset like it's supposed to. I don't know why it jumped down and back up again. Yeah, okay. So let me find out what's wrong with Panda. I think she's brokenhearted because Antonio hasn't said good morning yet. She's got a crush on him, I think. Pretty sure of that. Those Portuguese guys, you got to watch them. They're good with the gals. They got the kizomba. They can dance up a storm. Well, as suspected, her food was empty. All right, so the next thing I need to do here is change my charting from full session to RTH. And that's real tough. You do that like this right here. I don't think I mentioned this in the pre-market, but I also track the same configuration of the minis because I trade back and forth between them, and I'll explain why I'm on the micros at this point. It's systematic. There's a systematic methodology involved, and it's not random or maybe, or I think that's a good idea. And it's all based on risk management. So there you go. Now I'm going to, okay. See what's going on over there. This just doesn't update very soon, and I don't know why. I'm going to leave this open and see if it updates as it's supposed to. I did a bunch of stuff over the weekend trying to relieve choke on my machine by changing the refresh rates on a lot of these windows that I don't use all the time, and why this is not. I've reset it this morning to 1 minute. Let's see if it. What should happen here now that we've opened is this column, the iron range column, should be highlighted because that's what we've done. Oh, we just traded out the top, and we are tagging out previous RTH high up here. And I don't know why none of this is working like it's supposed to, but you know. Oh wait, I can do that. I guess. Yeah, there we go. So I manually refresh that chart by doing a shift, clicking that thing, and there you go. Okay. I'm now going to, because these don't, one thing that does happen that's pretty handy, you notice how the text is blue here and black here? That's because we have revisited the overnight volume point of control. It's been achieved, but not the overnight mid. We've achieved the overnight high, but nothing else. So that's pretty handy. Save this. I'm going to get this out of here so it's not sucking up resources. And I'll look at all this later. I promise. I'm going to do the same thing for the investor, whatever that's called, the TLab. This is a real heavy chart. I'm going to get rid of that also. And there we go. Okay, now that should lighten the load, I hope. A huge amount of data coming down the pipe these days. And I need to, and I thought I had a pretty good system, but look at this. Ha. Wow. Well, you know, better living through chemistry, I guess. Here's our micro composite. We did a open on a wick test, and there we go. What does that mean? I have no clue. But there you go. Okay. Try to get back to normal over here. Now, what I need to do is get Blue Boy fired up here for the day. Don't watch. This is secret. There you go. Blue Boy's on the job. Rest easy. A little bit hectic for a Friday here. I have to have a word with the director, I guess. Oh wait, that's me. That's a one. You know, I'm the chief cook and bottle washer here, obviously. Okay, so we're off to some sort of a miracle opening. Apparently, I'm going to reset this thing here, clear the resets, and see what the hell I've managed to do. Okay, that looks about right, I guess. Okay. I don't know why that did that, but it did. So our IB is now pushing up. Remember when I put the IB low down, the stat way down below us? Well, because here's the IB low right here under the developing value area low, and that doesn't look quite right because of that volume, but I'm not going to argue with it at this moment. 68.50 is the IB low. And that's exactly right. So it's the volume profile that's not reflecting accurately. There we go. I'm not going to worry, as I said. And we're going to, you know, now everybody's excited. We're going to go up. Who the hell? Hey, Antonio, morning. Crazy days here. Non-farm payroll was, you know, skipped again. We're looking for Michigan at the top of the hour. So let's see where that goes. Panda's been upside down looking for you. The weather's turned out okay. We're at about 10C here now, so it's kind of smoothed back out again. Actually fresh out, you know, it's good for walking or exercise, running, whatever. It's been getting pretty hot during the day, though. Like around 18, 19. Okay, let's see. What in the hell am I doing now? Well, there's our overnight, which was quite a, or I'm sorry, this is yesterday's RTH. And then the overnight went, you know, a 180 out of phase and back up here. Now we're trading up the top. We traded out the bottom last night to put that excess on, which was expected. Then continued off to the overnight low, way down here. And back up we go. Hey, Richard. Morning. Back up here we are. The micro composite chart over here. I've been getting spanked pretty hard with these IB statistic vetted trades. I'll tell you, I exceeded the anticipated, or the I don't know what you call it, but when I do a back test, I have consecutive winners and consecutive losers, or stops in a row, which is over however many 500 days, which is a metric, right? And yesterday exceeded that. I'm only taking one trade as scheduled, as I've committed to, based on the exact setup in the system. But I'm over it. I've got to stop and fall back. It's got too much volatility. I got to put a filter in there somehow about volatility and context, because been right on several of the ideas, but just too volatile for the bracket size. So disappointing, but that's why I'm trading micros. And the maximum, and of course the maximum consecutive winners hasn't shown its ugly head, which is 37. Maximum consecutive losers was 6. And I've now, a day before yesterday was 7, and yesterday I went one more time to see what happened, and it makes it 8. So there you go. Consecutive stops in a row. And as you guys know, I don't chase them or FOMO them or any of that stuff. So a stop's a stop. It's all on the stream. Here we are. What a goofy looking day, huh? What I need is I need to reassess the volatility, or some, maybe just as simple as looking at an ATR filter, or having the base on an ATR. And also I need a second, I need more bullets in the gun, more arrows in the quiver. I need more than just the initial balance trades in my trade plan. So that's going to be the weekend work. I don't know if you guys been around to hear this one, but you know how you see the opening range trades about every 3 months? Some YouTube influencer types come around, and this is the best setup I've ever had, and this is this and this and that. Well, they do that about every 3 months to pick up new traders, because ones that have been around a little while realize that maybe not the best thing, because they keep doing it. And so out of curiosity, I coded that up with I can change the opening range periodicity. I can change the number of ticks above or below the opening range and all that kind of stuff. It's just completely sucks as far as expectancy and any of the metrics that people look at, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R multiple, all of that's as I expected. It's just horrible. But it was interesting to code, and it gave me some more experience with coding that stuff up. I do it, this is the chart that tracks it. There's the opening range for today. And I was messing with the scale in here, so there we are at 63, and this is the actual opening range today is 13.5 ticks. This is how I have it set up for a maximum or a filter. If it's more than this value, it will not take a trade. So it would have taken the trade today, and lo and behold, you'd be profitable. So hush my mouth. Look at there. There's the opening range. Oh, this is on a 30-second chart now too, isn't it? Oh no, I was doing all kinds of crazy crap last night. Hold on. Nobody, hold that thought. Nobody move. One. Let's just get back to 1 minute real quick, like a bunny. One. Boy, I don't want volume. I want time per bar. There we go. Got to remember that though. Okay, so there we are. Very definitely would have been a winner. Here's the 1 minute opening range. All it does is whichever side breaks out by however many ticks it goes, puts on a trade in that direction. So this would be one of those instances when you'd be just fat, dumb, and happy over here. You'd be up a whole bunch of ticks right now, like about 30 of them handled even. Wow. So that would have been a good one. And I wasn't even remotely watching it because I was fixated on everything else. I guess I will have to, but of course, the one time I'm going to use it as an example of how bad a performance it is, it's a beauty. Oh, I love that trading god. She is so nasty. Nasty girl. Ooh. Yeah, that would be great, huh? Huh. Well, there you go. Goes to show you. Don't ever trade what you see, not what you think. Huh? This will be the opening range trades chart as usual, and get rid of this. Close it. I don't mean opening range, I mean initial balance. And let's see. Boy, that's disappointing. I wish I'd have done that. I'd have been way ahead of the curve right now, money-wise. I'd have made up for all those stops. Damn. I think sometimes that I'm too busy focused on trying to talk and keep the stream in cadence and all that stuff. Like, I didn't even think about that trade. That's pretty stupid, isn't it? I mean, what's the point, right? That is really disappointing, actually. But on the other side of the coin, as I said, statistically, by doing the vetting process, it is absolutely not, doesn't have any positive expectancy R multiple or any of that stuff on a long-term basis. But of course, it's like everything else. That's how those influencers and people, that's one of the reasons why they use that opening range trade. Obviously, there's an opening range every freaking day. And there's a whole bunch of chart examples that you can screen grab and go, yeah, this is how mine works. See this, see that. That's how they do it. I guess. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to that stuff much, but I was listening to something about from someone yesterday evening that pointed that out, and it made sense to me. I don't know. Okay, so here we are. The trades that I have vetted are the opening range trades, the initial balance trade. I got opening range on the brain now. Initial balance trades. And remember the definition of the initial balance. It is the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So this will continue to go down. This will continue to go up until the first hour, and then they're locked, and then statistic becomes active. Boy, that's irritating about the opening range. Damn. Huh. Damn, Sam. There you go. Well, there's a naked volume point of control from the 4th a couple days ago. 2 days ago. High and low volume nodes. These, I might point out, are from, obviously they're not from today because here they are, isn't it? These are from my micro composite. If you missed the pre-market, these red and green lines are these high and low volume nodes which push automatically to Bookmap. I'm not sure. I actually asked in Static the other day when somebody was talking about, I think Rod was talking about high volume node or something else. And I said, are you using micro composite high volume nodes or are you using current day? And his answer was both. So that's a big help. For example, this would be a high volume node today. Here would be one. Here would be one in lows. Obviously, it's not rocket science. It's high volume, low volume, high volume, low volume. That's all there is to it. Boy, I'm disappointed about not picking up that initial, but I don't know how to get, that's, the first 1 minute of the open, that's a little bit faster than this old cowboy's usually. I'm still back in the chute someplace when that happens. Focusing on did the mic volume profile reset properly and all that. Maybe I've got to change that around. I'll have to do some. The only way I can see replay being much help to me anymore, unless I go back far enough that I forgot, what happened during the day, but is to, like, for example, set the replay up to be a few minutes before the open, and then how am I going to work out exactly taking that trade? Because I don't have it coded. I do have it coded to take, but as you know, with IRT, I keep that inside on that side of in the sim, the IRT sim, so that it's not pushing trades to my AMP account. And let's see here now. Oh, gosh. And they still go. And now, this is where that opening range trade can be a real banger. It's not something that you set and forget. You've got to, actively manage it, trade manage it. And you can just keep letting the thing run. You just keep trailing up behind these swing lows and just it can be a real meaningful, as with any trade, but it can be real meaningful. Once you get on the right side of them, then trade management kicks in and you can really do some substantial good to your account. But that opening range trade is about the, falling off a log simple for anybody that wants to set up something. And it's just the statistics don't pan out for me, or didn't. As far as an expectancy and an edge and all that. And of course, like I said, of course, today was an example of it working out. And when I do the back test for that trade, the way I have it set up is the profit target becomes the width of the range, because I haven't figured out. That's something else I need to work on this weekend. I need to develop a dependable trailing stop. As you may or may not know, I have a trail from, for example, trail trigger to so many ticks and all that. I do all the time to trail the stop one time to a specific level. But I mean a real active trailing stop, which just follows along behind price. Should be pretty easy. Here's those VPOC migrations for you. That's another one that I discovered how to code, so I can start thinking about that one. It's a TPO token in RTL, and you developing it basically just, you can just code and use for signals the developing VPOC. And an interest, one of the things that made it interesting to me was that I felt was a requirement is you can, before the signal, you can have is greater than X number or N number. So you're not getting this crap, signal here, signal there. You're a meaningful number of ticks or points before the signal. And we've got a crazy Ivan there. That doesn't look so good, does it? Oh, well, I almost forgot. The Michigan number's the top of the hour, so 3.5 minutes. Be careful. Let's see what's going on with that. Oh, well, good for the Canadians. And now the Michigan number is never 3-star on IRT in investing.com. It very regularly, geez, I can't talk either. It very regularly has a market moving impetus. But it's, oh yeah, here we go. Michigan sentiment, there we are. Should be able to see what happens if it's meaningful right here. Okie dokie, 30 seconds here, boys and girls. And again, who knows what's going to happen, if anything. But I very definitely have got my risk managed. I'm still busy being pissed off about the opening range trade. Oh, I had to put Monkey Boy out in the backyard there. He's chasing squirrels, I think. So, there you are. Well, 0.6 hit on expectation. Sentiment is up. And 5-year inflation is 3.4% expectation. There you go. And that had about exactly zero input or impact. One thing about the Michigan number that's important to know, there's a whisper number that you can pay for. So maybe that's why they don't normally keep it as a 3-star. But of course, they're going to try to make everything, with the Bureau of Labor Statistics just basically being, out to lunch or recess or something. Any port in the storm, the fact that it's a whisper number, though, has probably got something to do with I didn't think about that before, but that makes perfect sense. A whole lot of nothing going on, baby. Well, I don't know what might be the precipitant for. They might have gotten dramatic shakes out of their system here over the last few hours. That was one hell of an overnight, I'll tell you. I was really surprised about that. I wasn't surprised about the sell-off. I fully expected that because, as I said in the pre-market here, anytime you see this is the RTH from yesterday, anytime you see this kind of a movement into the close, first of all, this was the cash close, and I said, well, this is a flat bottom. There is no taper down here. The auction doesn't look to me like it was completed, so I am expecting we're going to get lower ground. Well, we did that from 1,500 to 1,600, substantially. 20 handles, 30 handles. And then also what is usually should be anticipated is anytime you've got a sell-off or a run-up into the close like this, it typically continues, and it certainly did. It continued down to here overnight. Ooh. What really surprised me was when they turned around on London and brought it back up, way back up here. I was really surprised about that one. Not that I was trading any of it, but, And I'm easily surprised, so there you go. And I have no idea what's going to happen here. One thing about only trading vetted setups, statistically verified, is that nothing's a surprise. It's not hurry, scurry, and blurry, and, you anticipate. The initial balance trades, which I'm actively trading, start at 9:30. I have 3 rules. I just watch and wait. Oh, there we go. There's rule A. Oh, there's rule B. Oh, are we going to get the trigger? If we do, we have a trade. If not, boop. That's one of the things that I'm thinking. I'm mulling over in my mind as I talk here about this initial balance trade, and I will really do the stats and then share those stats on either later today or on Monday for sure, so that you don't get blindsided by that. The old YouTube, oh, look here, baby. And this is the perfect YouTube opening range stat, right? Look at here. Oh. And it's, yeah, there's no question about it. What is it? 9607 from 57? 60 handles? Oh, well, wouldn't that be pleasant? 60 handles in the first 10 minutes. And, you know, which way's the blender you want to do? It's then Blender Sports early for the weekend. And I'm disappointed with myself, but I had discounted that. It was more of an anomaly or more of a out of interest that I did that coding on that thing. But hey, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Today, anyway. Look at that. And if your trade management was just trailing the swing lows, you still did pretty damn well. 82.92. So you're 84 to 92. Well, that's not tremendous, but it beats a sharp stick in the eye. And like I said a minute ago, it's a real simple trade. You can't miss it. Whichever way it breaks, you go that direction. There's also an opening range fade, as you might imagine. The key to it is managing the risk and in proportion to your account risk parameters. If you've got in this case, there's a 13 and a half handle range. Okay, great. That's still 13 and a half handles. That's not ticks. Times 4. That's about 50 ticks. Well, that's 60. That's my 2 target risk neutral package that I set up every day, basically. If you achieve both targets, is 60 ticks. So if you're risking 60 ticks, that's a lot. You need to be real careful about that. I need to be real careful about that because Monkey Boy is back in here from the backyard now and he's poking me in the butt going, hey, come on, let's take the opening range rate. Come on, dude. Come on. Let's look at that. That guy's special. Special guy. I got some music queued up. I want to see what the hell happens to that, too. Okay. I better have a homemade biscotti here. I'm feeling a little peckish. Okay, 9:10, big fat hen. Well, let's start thinking about my vetted trades, which are, I guess the first way to start this conversation is I approach trading, or am approaching trading, as a business based on statistics and probabilities, not on discretion, gambling, whipping and spurring, whatever you want to think of, however you want to look at it. And I have adopted that theory based on what I believe to be the methodology of the most successful traders in the world. From Jim Simmons to, Rod, from one end of the stream deal to the other. Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, Tom B, Tom Sosnoff. Well, there's a lot of Toms. Paul Tudor Jones, on and on and on. Anyway, they realized that the market is pretty random insofar as predicting where the market's going doesn't have long-range success, because there's millions of participants here and all expressing their opinion. Futures market is a zero-sum game. For every buyer, there's a seller. That's a fact. And it's basically a binary market because it can only go up or down. One tick up, one tick down. That's it. The outcome of the next trade is basically 50-50. So what they have then come up with is, and what I'm trying to do is, you establish recognized pattern. You pick out a pattern that seems to happen, or a strategy that seems to happen frequently, and then define the rules that you believe, that I believe, qualify an entry to that, and then backtest it, code it up and backtest it away from the live market. And if it proves to have a positive expectancy and win rate and all that other kind of stuff, you trade every instance of that which presents itself in the live market. And I have done so with the initial balance trades. Now, where we go from there is, what the hell is the initial balance if you don't know? It is real simple. The most probable statistic in all four statistical open types is the initial balance statistic, or stat. It's an old market profile term, idea, and it carries through to this day. What is it? Well, looking at today, at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time today, there's a 97.5% probability that the IB high or IB low will be revisited by price, period. That's the stat. But hey, look at it. It's greater than 97.5% in every one of the four open types, and that is the case every day. So it is, without a doubt, a obvious recurring level, because it's the initial balance high and low, and you see it every day. It happens in the first 1 hour, so you don't have to wait. I mean, the statistic material, it becomes a thing after the first 1 hour. The problem with it is, then you have to wait to see whether nobody said that statistic will be achieved in the first 30 seconds or the last 30 seconds of the day. So there you are. Anyway, those are the stats, and that's why it is my first rule and the statistic that I have chosen to verify and or vet, however you want to put it. So okay, let's look at that then. And how have I gone about doing that? Well, this is the chart I use to verify my initial balance trade rules. And after identifying the initial balance trade, there are two of those trades. One is initial balance continuation. Here you go. Boop, move, continuation. And another one is an initial balance failure. Pretty simple. For the IB high and the IB low. So you have basically 4 opportunities for a trade. And you have 2 basic session types that you can trade. Continuation, which is the IBC, when you're directional, or IB failure, which is basically a mean reversion trade in a balanced rotational market. That's my thinking here. So first thing I'm going to do here at this point now is add my trading rules, the system, to this chart, to this tab. And these are, I should say, the rules I've come up with for the initial balance trades. And I call them the rules because that's how IRT refers to them. So, when in Rome. These are essentially the rules that I've figured out, or that I believe qualify an entry for one of those 2 trades. And there are only 3 rules. The first is the initial balance statistic. Then there is a B, which is either the continuation or the pullback zone, price returns. Then there's a trigger where price comes back to the trigger zone, and depending on which direction it's coming from, Bob's your uncle, you got to trade on. These zones and stuff aren't visible now here or on Bookmap because it's not 9:30 yet. At 9:30, they will materialize over here as if by magic, because I'm a sorcerer, about a big tall hat and a magic wand. And they will also push to Bookmap. Then wait. Like I said, anticipate, stock, whatever euphemism you like to use. Do we get an A? Do we get a B? Do we get a trigger? Now, here's something that's real important that I want to get up front: transparency and accountability. I mentioned it earlier. I do not trade the system live. I trade it within the IRT simulated environment because I am not a good enough code monkey to know that I've got all this figured out to push to my AMP account for my real money, real dollars, okay? So that's where we are. When I'm doing the forward test, and it's not as efficient as it could be, when I see a signal materialize in the trade system, I replicate it manually in Bookmap. Yeah, not very efficient, but hopefully I get around this pretty quick. Another thing, this chart has nothing to do with the trading system. What will happen here momentarily is I will send this system to this chart, meaning that it will graph any trades which are taken by the system on this chart. And that's how I visually, and that's what all these visual rules are. They started out being to verify to try to manually backtest, and I realized that was about the dumbest thing I ever tried to do. Well, one of them. So let's send this to the chart. I'm going to turn off this was built a long time ago by Chad Payne, and unfortunately it's designed to only have, it's not to have multiple targets or stops. So for example, if I want to see T1 and then I want to see the stop, I have to select that because there's only 3, right? I can't have T1, T2, and a stop, which would be ideal. And I suppose I just haven't bothered Bill Lynn about it. I figure, what the hell? It's just for my purposes of visually doing this backtesting thing. So there we are. And I'm going to say, okay. And now, live data from Rhythmic via my AMP account, but the trades will not go anyplace other than right here. And I've selected that account right here on purpose. I would love to be able to do that, as Tom jokes about. I've got an ATM in the basement. I'm going to Costa Rica. Let me know when I'm rich. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. But I'm not sure that that's the case, that's reality for me and my trading and my coding skills. Next thing I need to do here, and this is all in anticipation of 9:30, because that's when the first statistic, the IRT, initial balance statistic, becomes active. I need to make sure that I've got this all set up. So there's my 12 tick target, or stop target, T1 at 12 ticks. I will scale to break even or trail to break even. And the rest of the stuff is okie dokie, I think. I'm going to make sure that's right. That's set up exactly as set up the risk neutral 2-lot package on Bookmap during the pre-market. So there you go. Now it's a matter of wait for 9:30 and, watch. Let me take this opportunity to point out, do not trade toward the statistic. And if you might be able to understand, that's the words of experience talking. What do I mean by that? Well, today is kind of atypical because we're in a fairly tight range. 50 handles isn't tight, but it seems like today, 57 handles is tight. Isn't that incredible? On the micro ES, that used to be NQ crap, range and trade. But anyway, typically, oh boy, we're above the VWAP, we're above the POC, we're trading up. I know we're going to take the IB high. Yes, we may do so. We may also take the IB low. And quite often, more often than not, I would try some clever trick like that, like say right here. I would get all excited that we were going to get the IB low, high would be the statistic, and I'd go long. And then I'd be down here going, God dang it, I stopped again. So, it's not a statistic until it is. This is not anything to pay attention to until 9:30 as far as trading signals. And look what we're doing now, and there's no numbers coming out that I know of, and I haven't seen anything pick up. I haven't seen anything pick up, for the random risk band or any of that noise today. So, isn't that amazing? This is a 57 handle. 57 handle IB, and I'm thinking it's not much. That's pretty funny. Oh, how our perspective can change. And here's something else. Another thing that I want to point out that I always try to do is I always try to have 1 point high. And you notice this is 2.5 points high. I always try to have the price level at 1 point high, and I can't even get it there and get all of the trade on the screen. I do that for perspective. There we go. Off the top, off the bottom. For perspective, for scale. That's not very good. What does that tell you? It tells you that it's all over the board. But that's what a 50 handle IB looks like, trade-wise, volatility-wise. I wish I could just get that to 2. It's close enough, I guess. Something else that's worth looking at here right now. What are we doing for volume? Well, 100% volume for this time of day compared to average, and that's over 20 days. 7.5 point ATR on a 1 minute chart. What does that tell you? That tells you that if you're trading a risk neutral 2-lot package with a stop at 3 handles, you probably are not going to have a very enjoyable morning. Real important. Real important. And I didn't pay much attention to that yesterday, and, you know, I've not had a very good. I think that's been my biggest problem. Well, I got a lot of those, but now what's all of this noise about? Well, we're going to have to do something about this big hiccup we have happening here. And typically what fixes that is this. If you're using IRT. Oh, looky there. Look at this big dump down to where we came racing up through this string of singles we got over here. See this string of singles over here? That's what they're referred to as in the market profile chart. Just if you want to sound like an old timer. Probably don't, but there you go. Okay. And we've still got a minute and a half, so there's until the initial balance sets. It's got nothing to do with a trade. I'm not sure why that does that sometimes, but it just does. I've learned that this seems to, I think it's a hiccup in the data feed, I think is what that is. There's other things you can do here in IRT. You can also scrub the data and what's so. Okay. Save everybody. Okay. Yeah, it's a big string of singles down there from about whatever that is to whatever that is, huh? Say 68 to, or say 67 to about 75. Well, let's do something here. Let's type something into the static, a little alert for the boys over there. So probably the biggest things that I'm going to worry about here today on this initial balance, which we've already got in play. I was busy typing and didn't even notice that. Okay, what has happened now? Well, the initial balance is a thing, and notice how the pullback and continuation zone and trigger zones from my IRT have pushed across the book now. There they are. Let's see what's going on in world over here. Okay, there they are. They're the beginnings of the plots, and there's price. Now I could do this, I guess. Okay. Open that up a little and center it. And then let's just, nothing to worry about here. Nothing to think about at this point. Okay. The initial balance is set. Hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Yeah, Rod made a bundle of money on the opening on the bar at the Open or some story like that. I speak about Rod and those guys and Harry and everybody. That's in a Discord place called the Static, which was built by Rod. And I can't. It's private, so I was just fortunate enough to ping him early on and say, "Hey, I'd love to be a member there," and he said, "Okay," but I can't, recommend it and or whatever. So that's what I'm talking about. And I've never really asked him. I don't think it's probably appropriate for me to, share it via the stream. That's probably not the right idea. Half the time I'll have the wrong screen open. The way that my setup here works is I have 2 stand-up desks and an L. And in front of me here is a 4-monitor rack. The lower 2 monitors are my primary trading screens. And they're 32-inch 4Ks, by the way, and I stream 1440p. So if not crystal clear for you, do something. You can check that little gear thing on YouTube. Then to the left is another one of the, the vertical monitor that's got OBS and stuff on it for the stream. That's all driven by my trade machine. A little further around the corner is another bigger one monitor for my typical workstation with Outlook and all that noise. And the upper 2 screens on this 4-rack monitor are run by a third computer, and I could monitor the stream in Static or whatever else without putting a bunch of load on this trading thing, which seems to have enough of a load, especially IRT, which is only single thread. And it chokes a lot. That's why I've dropped off, closed off a lot of those things and reduced the refresh rate or increased the refresh rate times and the recalc times for the indicator. Specifically, session prices seems to be a biggie. I don't know nobody. Well, if anybody's using IRT or anything, that might be interesting to know. So here we are, the trade setup. These are the rules. I've gone through that pretty much ad nauseum, I think. No triggers. That's flags. The triggers and the signals should appear down here if, I have that figured out. Completely meaningless. What happens on this chart is only for my visual confirmation that things are happening where and when I expect them to. The system itself is doing everything over here quietly, and so there you go. You wouldn't need a chart at all to have this system working, in other words. Now, one thing I should explain before we get the initial balance statistic satisfied, for the purposes of most everybody in IRT, that, you know, homework, that statistic study and everything, the initial balance statistic is nothing more complicated than price going through that level, period. On my trading world over here, these rules, it's a little more complicated. I'm trying to achieve some sort of a continuity with direction and trend, you know? So if we come up from the bottom and the bar opens below the the IB high and closes above the IB high, that's a good signal bar, but the previous bar needs to open lower than the close. The idea is I want price to be doing this, right? I want it to be going higher, higher. I don't want it to be doing this, lower, 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 and boop, up through the IB. You know, that's the idea. Or that's my thinking. All right, then who knows? Only the shadow. Now I will be in a quandary because so far, as far as I'm concerned, the context for today is up, isn't it? There's the open. Bam, 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 bam. I would think then that, and if we, you know, it depends on the signals, but I would sort of be probably more favorable to about an IB continuation trade because it's in alignment with context, as opposed to an IB failure, which is a mean reversion. However, what have we got? We got a P-shaped profile, which is short covering. This is initial blast, opening drive. Now we're just kind of balanced out. And I am not going to forget, I actually need to put this, we now drop back down to about 4.5, still 4.5 points. Not ticks, points for 1 minute ATR. I need to have this value on my, maybe here. I need to have it somewhere where I can see it. I've actually even thought about doing a thing where I use the stops and the T1 based on an ATR, which would kind of get away from the entire two-lot risk neutral idea, but it would be similar, but use it as an ATR, and then I can put an ATR, I have a range, I could have an ATR range in there based on risk, you know, a setting that I could use a VPOC variable for, like I do for the initial, or the opening range trades. That's probably going to be something to look at very seriously. Now, if we get an initial balance statistic here, which likely we will, right over here. Oh, here we go. So if this punches through the initial balance high and closes above the open, that would be qualifying. Because, you know, the previous bar has an open lower than the close. That's all there is to it. Get this a little bigger so I can see it. I should have the rules over there and the chart over here. Maybe that would be a better idea. I don't know why I don't. Now we've had, here's an issue. You see the lag time here? IRT has not penetrated. There it just broke through. But you see that well ahead of it, IRT, this statistic was taken in Bookmap. So that's a real problem for me. Now, we do have the A fired correctly. And that's what it is. That's a problem. That is a problem. And I have to be real vigilant about a B would be if we close up and penetrate here. This would be a continuation B. This is a pullback B, and there's a trigger. Which would I do? If I come down here and take the B and then come back for a trigger, that would signify a short. So what I need to do, and I haven't done yet, I'm busy talking, is do my pre-trade checklist. Both correct. Okay, boom. Now, we didn't get into the B. Close, but no cigar. And we haven't gotten the trigger. So my brain says, well, trading in alignment with context, it would be a long. My other brain, is saying, yeah, but boy, look at us up here at the top. And, is this going to be a pullback? It's more or less balanced or a P-shape. I don't know what to think. And my third brain is going, yeah, what's the ATR, dummy? 4.5 points. So I guess what I need to do is have that be a criteria cutoff, which it is not on the trading system. And there's no B and there's no trigger, but still, I'm trying to get ahead of it. Probably. Let's have a look. Over where hell am I? Naked volume points of control. Bam. Well, there's one at 69.23 half from day before yesterday, and then we've got one below us down here. What did you say? 69.23, huh? Yeah, very good, Antonio. Abso-freaking-lutely, my brother. What a wise guy. What a wise guy. And yeah, there's, I guess I could also just looked on my book map right up here at the POC football. Well, we haven't gotten any of them, but whichever we take, I will have to take that trade, much as I hate the thought of that. Well, I guess I could be a wuss and chicken out on the true range. I don't know what to think about that. I tell you, this bunch of losses in a row is getting to be kind of irritating. That's for damn sure. Supposed to be making money, honey. Well, they're going to get that B pretty quick here. They're well into the B now. So if they come back for the trigger, my scheduled trade or vetted trade should be, here we go, should be the long at the trigger. And let's hope Antonio's got it figured out where they're going for the low volume node and negative volume point of control. I'm getting pretty disappointed with stops. Bringing that down to a taper, though, that's for sure. Huh? Dropping off from 1,000 to a couple hundred contracts. Been taking out stop after stop there too. Well, here would be the trigger pretty quick. Not yet, but pretty quick. There you go. Now, if it blows all the way through that, I'm going to be really disappointed. So there's T1. And stopped before I could even blink. Stopped before I could look. That happened yesterday also. Well, that's the end of that. There you go. Life in the fast lane. Well, my. I got to rethink this whole story. What am I doing now? Let's see here. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I guess I'm going to have to just be real rigid about the ATR. Or that's the thought in my mind at this point, but this is just a bunch of holes. Now we're going to get and I will point out the fact that I did not get a trigger for the long on the system. And I know exactly why. I have a qualifying algorithm that looks for consecutive bars, in other words, trending in the direction. And I'm not getting anything here from the short either. So did I screw up? We're having a migrating VPOC up? I don't know. Boy, am I glad I didn't short. Huh. This is just getting freaking ridiculous. And I will not be taking any more trades on this account after the week until I've reviewed this whole thing and figured out what to do, because that's now 9 stops in a row consecutive. And the trade was the backtesting over 498 days is 6. From a risk management point of view, not to, that's exactly why I'm trading micros. 9 stops in a row at the risk neutral 2-lot package is $270. 1 E-mini stop is $300. Risk management. But this is just sucks the big one, huh? And I will say again, once again, no signal trade here. And this dove right straight on down to this signal, or the pullback range, and never came back for the trigger. So somehow I've got to, I guess what I've done here has been too, hurry, scurry, and blurry, I guess, kind of like trading to the statistic. I'm worried about missing the trade when it came down here, back up. I should have waited. That's one of the problems that I find with Bookmap is, I will have to say that bars, I have an understanding about the cadence of the market with bars. This is just the last trade, right? What the hell? Where's that in regard to anything? Not that any of that helps my emotions, monkey boy right now. I have no fear of missing out or desire to chase the short, but I am pretty dang disappointed about that stock. Yeah. Well, damn. Happened yesterday too. Before I could look back at the screen, his stop was already hit. I need to figure out a way to, maybe I could just trade with IRT. You know, execute on IRT. It doesn't have all the beautiful, first, a couple of things. I feel like I get a much more responsive order flow or tick flow here with IRT, with Bookmap. With Bookmap than I do with IRT, even though there's no lag. And how would I set up a bracket over there? I wonder. I could do it, I guess, but I mean, at one point in time, I had IRTs. I was thinking that I would have IRT be a backup. That's why I have cancel and flatten and all that stuff. Is if I were in a trade in a live account, I could, and that didn't work at all. That would freeze up IRT and everything would happen crazy. I've tried doing it. Well, pretty disappointing on my side over here. There you go. The magic of trading. That doesn't make me feel good, but at least it's the truth. Now, is anybody? Yeah, here we go. So here's what I was saying about IRT, about financial juice. You see that this morning none of this stuff was here, and I said before this is over, there's going to be some interjection of some sort of random risk deal. There we go. 1,400. That's in the system. Now, I really appreciate that. Obviously, 1,400 is not going to affect my trading time, but that's real important to know that kind of stuff in this environment. Random risk, baby. Wow. Well, So what else is going on here? There's the trade. No trade yet on the system, eh? You can see that. Another thing that I've had, another idea that I have to implement. You see how there's been such a big price move? Now we have an A, we have a B, A and a B. These are for continuation. This is for pullback. No trade yet. No trigger. once price comes back up here to this trigger zone, this will trigger the pullback. This will, and if it goes past it and back down, it'll trigger the continuation trade. Because I don't reset them, the idea of this whole rule story was that they would be sequential, which they are. But I need to put a, you know, with price, such a big divergence in price, I think I need to figure out a filter for that somehow. Some sort of, you know, a context filter. Obviously, I can just use my discretion because I'm doing it live on Bookmap, but that didn't work out very good with a minute ago. That worked out pretty shitty here a minute ago. When we had this right here, I got excited and took the trade right there. And there's a stop right there. Yeah. So here's the emotion and the thought process I need to go through at this point. I entered this not wanting to miss the trigger. I would much rather have missed the trigger than been stopped out. So I will not take any trades that aren't triggered and, you know, duly signaled in the system. Twice in a row, yesterday and today, same idea. I am now going to have to make a serious thought in advance of what I'm going to do when this price comes up to the trigger zone here from the B. Oh, sorry. I was talking about over here, the football. When price comes up to here for this trigger zone with this A and this B and no trade on, there will be a 4 and then a trade. I mean, it'll be a trigger, and then the system will take a trade. What's happening with this thing? Ooh, and the ATRs jumped back up to 6. Okay. So clearly I need to have either that ATR chart over. I can put the ATR in the bottom, but I don't like doing that necessarily, but I can. I would like to just have a giant freaking flag that says ATR. Isn't that funny? But because, and this is real money, right? This is my dollars right there. Irritating, very, very irritating on my live amp account. Well, I sincerely hope that at least this is helpful for people, if nothing other than don't do what I do. Do as I say, not as I do, or however that goes. Now, what am I going to do? What we're having here is, if you squint your eyes, we got a mean reversion, right? In this fractal. If they can get it down into the string of singles, that thing's going to rip to the bottom, but I can't imagine that's going to happen. And now I have to really ask myself, am I going to take a trade again? Because we're going to, well, there's a signal now on, there's a signal. There would be, and that's substantially behind Bookmap, and there's the trigger. Now there will be a trade happen. And another one. But I'm not seeing any trades being fired off over here. Could be my context filter. Isn't that sweet? Aren't I glad I put that there? And I did not take this trigger, by the way. Trying to keep my eyes peeled over here. No trade. No trade, I'm afraid. Another opportunity for a mean reversion up here. Trigger. So I'm glad to see these signals firing just as they should be, though. That's pretty handy. It took me a long time to get that figured out. And the guy that was wanting to use the system and needed to have those be accurate, I don't think is bothering with it anymore, because he's heard me complain enough about taking stops. Garrett. What I accomplished. I figure anytime I do anything like that and I learn something good for me. Well, we're at the top, are we? No trades. Isn't that cute? Now what's going to happen is did it do that? I'm not sure what the hell's going to happen over here now. This pulls back to here. It should be a continuation trade, and I can promise you I'm not going to do that one. I would be much more prone to call this a 3-bar reversal and short it, to be honest with you, and put a stop just above the high. Even though Antonio's pointed out we've got that naked volume point of control in a low volume area up there. I'll be interested to see if we get a signal trigger, a trigger, and a trade off of any one of these. There we go. It's gone long right there. You see that? Did you see that fire? So that was a long. And 5.5 points. No thanks. And there's the long. This didn't fire previously because of the directionality, right? And now watch, it could go on to be a very profitable setup. And there we go. Up to Antonio's. It's already taken out the T1, and now the stop would have scaled, and it's risk neutral, and up we go. God damn. My. And let me point out right now that what I've just done is completely ruin the work I've spent vetting the trades, because the minute you interject discretion, as I just didn't take the trade that was triggered and signaled, you've defeated the purpose of vetting the trade. But then there's the reality of, yeah, well, you know, I didn't defeat the purpose of vetting the trade, but I'm broke now. That's not the case with me at all. or even close, but you understand the point. Until I'm a completely, you know, really confident code wizard, and I think I'm being as transparent as possible about narrating this stuff, and remember, that's the only way I can get what I was thinking at the moment into the stream. So there we came up, there we narrated, there we took along. We should have taken along, just like here, only instead of a stop, just like there, it went on to T1, and it may scratch. But I think I'm going to have to figure out how to get the AT, if nothing more than just have that ATR chart down here where it's visible. Because I need it to be not just part of the code, I need it to be visible for me taking the trade. And we're still rocking over here. Son of a gun. My. Isn't that disappointing? FOMO. Monkey boy, could you take FOMO out in the backyard, please? Thank you so much. As expected, this is the direction I would anticipate trading because I believe it's in alignment with context, right? But, you know, what can I say? But that right there was disappointing and put me off right here. And now I'm extra disappointed. Now I will say for the system itself, had I taken the system fired trade, I would be real happy and I would not be licking my wounds over this 3-bar. Oh, speaking of 3-bar reversal, look at that thing. Wow, that's perfect, isn't it? Over this short, this stop. So yeah, marvelous, simply marvelous, darling. And we're where are we here? We're getting close to there. We got that low volume node from the micro composite at the 19s, and then as Tonio pointed out, we got the 23s up there with a naked VPOC from sometime 2 days ago. What's the music sound like? Oh, that is truly disappointing. I hope this is at least helpful by example. Doesn't help me much, but we'll see. So yeah, like and subscribe, and please drop something in the chat. Appreciate that a lot. I hope that, you know, this complete transparency and I mean articulating the trades and the setups and everything in detail is helpful somehow to someone. It'd be pretty freaking handy if it was helpful to me, but you know, at least I hope it's helping somebody. And boy, does that ever add to the cortisol count, this kind of thing here, and then not doing that. I'm not sure putting Monkey Boy in the backyard is going to be enough. I might have to send him to camp or something here, I guess. Like I said before, earlier in the stream, let's see, what was that? I gotta think of something. Hold on. Nobody move. Control. E. When was that? Did I miss that trade? About what? Where am I here? I'm trying to keep the chapter markers really up to date, and you know, just to throw that out there, the streams are 7 hours long. I suppose you figured that out. I don't know about you, but I'm never going to listen to all 7 hours of them. So I want to have a real accurate chapter markers so that I can jump around where I need to go, and I put that in every evening. And here we are, headed for the LBN and Antonio's pie in the sky up there. Son of a buck. Quite disappointing. But a little bit reassuring in that it's, you know, my usual thinking and I don't know what's the right word to say, you know, my perception of how the market trades was kind of being borne out. So in a sense, that's okay. A little bit reassuring. Not as much as money in the bank, but you know. So we're still not, now remember what's happened over here is at T1, which is right there, the stop trailed to entry. So on all of these, let me explain something here. On all of these trading system indicators, which was coded by Chad Payne a long time ago, as I think I mentioned it in the early part of the in the pre-market when I put the system on. It doesn't look at multiple targets. It doesn't properly compute multiple targets. So in other words, when this stops out or reaches T2, it will either say -12 or +48. And it'll say 0 or 48. It won't account for T1 because it only can deal with one target and one stop. I haven't bothered anybody, Bill Lind or Eddie or anybody, and I don't know how to open those kind of functionalities up and change the code myself. Boy, oh boy, isn't that something? Now, I'm sure that there's some internet wizard that, what are we doing? Pull back, buy the pullback, buy the pullback. You know, and that's fantastic. That's diddling in the middle as far as I'm concerned, but, you know, I'm sure there's somebody that knew to do that and will certainly be happy to tell you about it. Will they trade live in front of your face? I don't know. I'm not sure how many people actually do this, to be honest with you. Maybe plenty. You never know. So if I'd have taken the opening range trade and not been hurry, scurry, and blurry on the signal over here, I'd be fat, dumb, and happy and having a real nice morning. You know, if I was born rich instead of so good looking, I'd probably feel better too, but what are you going to do? I'm gonna go zooming back up over here and take T2. Look at us go. My gosh, just I can think of a lot of other adjectives to use there, superlatives, but trying to make this family friendly. Here's the damn world. They're going to get up there and pop that up, and it's going to take both. It's going to get both targets, and this trade would have been zero heat. Gee whiz. And I stood here on the stream and talked myself out of it. Jeez. It's not that stupid. That's just all that is bad behavior. Bad discipline, I guess I should say. As opposed to Bad Bunny. Whatever this Bad Bunny, I saw all this junk going around. I don't even know this stuff. And it's like, who in the hell? It must be a rap. It sounds like a rap deal, Bad Bunny. Maybe that's what it is. Well, we've got 337 laying at the 20s up here, so that's a bit of liquidity. Whether that's going to remain to be a lid on the pot or a magnet, thou shalt not know until after the fact. So disappointing. I wouldn't mind this so bad if I didn't work my ass off on this stuff and try to be as disciplined and as I can be and systematic and stick to my methodology and logical and all those things. Disappointing. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. You got no control over that. That's why I believe you need to be, be a systematic trader. That's what I believe, rather than discretionary. But disappointed in myself for not sticking to my guns. Letting myself get tripped over. Not tripped over, but not thinking in advance. I have a definite line in my trade plan. Never change your trade plan during the active session. And for me to have, come to the epiphany that I needed to introduce this, now we're down in the threes, right? Introduce the ATR. I've thought about it yesterday. I actually looked into trying it last night, trying to get have it over here in a one of these boxes, or displayed here on the chart, but I didn't follow through with that, and I should not have adhered to it or given it credence this morning. That's what cost me here, so to speak. Also, what cost me here on the stop was that I didn't stick to the trigger. There is no trigger here. I jumped the gun. Premature something. I'm sure my wife would have some funny stories to say about that. Or comments at my expense. Now, all of these trades here that you see are, there's no trailing going on. The only trail that has happened is when T1 was achieved, it trailed the stop to entry. That's it. How far we're getting from, to our, close to our targets and stuff is another story. Where's our entry anyway? 6908. I'm assuming that the entry is about We need 48 ticks up here for that. Or 12 handles. So we got pretty close. We got real close. Right here was about 2 ticks away. What we need, 12 handles off the entry for T2. So 08, 18. Wow. One more point, 4 more ticks right here, and we'd have had T2. And now we're getting right back down to the start. Oh, now here's where, now we're going to take another entry down here. That's it. As they say, where was that? Some movie, First thing you want to do, if you want to get out of a hole, the first thing you got to do is stop digging and put down the shovel. I like that. I like that one. I don't consider myself in a hole, but I can definitely tell you I am not going to think, oh boy, here we go again. It's another chance. I'm going to get long. And it may be fantastic. Right here was a long that stopped. Here was a second chance long. But this is not any kind of signal I'm going to have. Ah, there we go. So now we're stopped out. We're stopped out at scratch. And actually the signal is now taken forward. Yeah. Because it was thinking about the, it still had A and B on its mind over here, and the trigger, as I mentioned. So I think that's entered a short right there. Yes, it probably has. And I need to. I've thought about this a lot. I was talking about it earlier. Some sort of a price divergence filter, and or also. What's happened now that we've had a long and it's stopped, those long trades are all set to zero. There's nobody there anymore. Maybe it's a good idea when one trade has gone, and I've talked about this before and thought about it, when one trade has happened and back to zero, when one set the whole system back to, recycle it back to scratch. What would have happened was then this would not have been a signal for a short, and we would have needed to do the whole process over again. I think that's probably the best way to approach it. Looks like chance number 3 is being pretty snazzy. Well, there you go, almost 10 handles right there. So if I'd have not listened to myself and gone long again, there's chance number 2 up to 10 handles. Pretty cool. Or, close. The system is long again. How can that be? Oh, big VPOC migration. Looky there, boy. Something is not, I don't think. This is exactly why I don't have this going to amp. This is not making any sense to me right here. There should be no trades anywhere. Oh, I know what it is. No, never mind. This was the short, and this is where it took the stop. Okay. Scratch again, so okay. It's all right. But I tell you, the third strike, the third time at bat's working out pretty special. There's 10 handled. Jesus Christ, this is frustrating. Okay. What I was just looking for here, by the way, is notice the muted yellow POC, that's the full session. And the brighter yellow POC is the RTH session. Now it hasn't shifted as it will here pretty quick, but I wanted to be sure they were both functional and they're just aligned, that's all. Damn. Well, that is just mega irritating. And the ATR is dropping down to 3s now, 3 1/4. Look at it go. And not in a trade. There goes that POCs. Pretty quick. Yeah, it's really annoying. Oh well, beautiful day out there. Would have been a lot prettier if it was pretty inside. This is a point where the statistics and the backtesting can diverge from the forward testing reality, and what trips me up. Forward testing or backtesting now today will be reflecting this, not a stop. And I don't know what to do about that exactly. If you know what I mean. The obvious solution would be to have the system do the trading, but I don't know about that. And we got that POC up here, sneaking up towards that 45 number.
What the kitty pills?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Kitty pills.
Yeah, did he put some litter in there for me? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Wife's being a wise ass. So are we up there yet? No, but pretty close, huh? Well, I will say that that's about enough to piss off the Pope here. And I'm a nice guy too. I don't know why the treating God picks on me, but I assume it's got to do with bad karma or my ex-wife. I figure she's whenever she's on duty up there, that's probably what happened. Yeah. All the best, Antonio. Have a great stream there. An even better weekend. I'm just, something. There we go. The reason I'm doing all this is I don't want to be extra frustrated about everything. No, and I spent a lot of time talking about this, and I'll go over it one more time. The loss or the stop over here was at, and this is pretty funny. If you go back in the stream, it was at 9:48, which is about an hour and 20 minutes in. Hour and 18 minutes in, actually. No, 2 hours and 18 minutes in the stream. Stopped out before I could even look. Now, the problem is, yes, it did have an A. It did have a B. It didn't have a trigger. There's an A. There's the B. No trigger. Trigger being that. So I jumped the gun. Premature trade, whatever. I could think of several things to say, but I won't. The next trade, which did trigger right here, went to T1 and then it trails to break entry. Didn't quite get to T2, but I would have been manually probably bringing it up. And then note this little thing down here, as I've already talked about, but and another one of the problems over here was the ATR was around 6 or 7. Well, what was it? At 950? Let's look here. At 950. 9. So there's about, oh, there it is right there. There's the bar. The ATR was over 4, and it just dropped down off 8. So I think that's a valid idea to move forward with as far as the criteria. And I'm, one stop in now. I've been doing a lot of complaining here, and rightfully so, that the consecutive stops in a row have now gone to 9. My back test within the parameters of my 498 day back test and 1100 and something trades is 6. That's 150% over. I'd say that's definitely time to give this system a thought. But I also want to point out that my first and foremost mission in life here trading is to preserve my account. So I've taken 9 stops. That's $270 plus commissions. Okay, but $270. That's less than 1 stop on the E-mini. So, do I feel bad? Am I disappointed? Yeah, hell yeah. Am I, catatonic? No. If I had been trading the E-minis, well, it's $270. It'd be $2,700. There you go. So, back to the business at hand here. Will I factor this into my... I can factor that into my stop. First, I can factor it in so that if the ATR, if the 1 minute ATR is bigger than or greater than whatever, I guess there's 2 ways to look at it. You can set the stop and the T1 at the ATR. And then the T2 would be commensurate after, a multiple. Or you can have it be stick with the basic risk neutral 2 lot that I set up every day and have that be a criteria. If the ATR is greater than 3, which is the stop and the target, no trade. And there's only one way that I know how to do this systematically and with the proper methodology that I've been adhering to. And this will all happen this weekend and after today. Because I do all of this stuff as my homework. I will run the back test on the system as it stands right now. No changes. Then I will make the change, one of those changes of the ATR, whichever one, as a stop target or as the must be less than. And then I'll run another back test. Same exact stuff, same exact everything, same exact data. Is there an improvement or not? That's the only way I know to do this, where there's any kind of continuity or, any kind of common sense about how to make an improvement, how to optimize. And that's what I'll do. And I hope that I may not be making much headway on my side of the fence, but I am not... what in the hell is going on? I'm not I'm not burning the house down or freaking out with FOMO or, any of that kind of stuff. So I'm sticking to my plan. Yesterday was one trade, stop. Today was one trade, stop. Now, had I entered over here as I discussed, I'd be pretty happy with life. But I'm real conscious of how I feel. Is Monkey Boy in the room somewhere? Are we looking at revengey or FOMO-y or any of that kind of thing? And I would rather defer to not taking a trade than coming to that other stuff, which could lead down that slippery slope of over trading and revenge trading and all that thing. So there you go. That's just how I think about it. And I want to remind you that I'm not talking to hear my head rattle. The only way I get my thoughts into the stream is this narration. So that's that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by golly. remember how to do this. My problem is I don't. Now Google it. Jump over to IRT and figure it out. And who cares? I mean, maybe it doesn't even matter. There's the value. Why have it? Why does it matter to have it up here? I'm going to be real curious to see how that affects, which way affects the, has a positive effect or a greater effect on the outcome of the backtest. Whether it's the limiting factor of the specific ATR or using the ATR as a stop or whatever, you know. I'm just going to keep putting around with this here while I'm watching, because I'm not going to be doing it. I'm not going to trade anything today. Sorry to say. Hey, hey. Where'd they go? What's going on here? Excuse me. Gato. Trim piece fell off the side of my Elgato arm here. I have no clue how that could have possibly been hurt. But I'll have to fix it. Not now, that's for sure. What is it? What could that possibly be? Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's magical. $430, huh? So what we're gonna do down here is go. This is just a lot simpler than me doing this over again. Okay. What the hell is that now? Why'd that do that? Where did this come from? Sometimes it'll do that and I don't understand it. That only happened because I modified this thing and did that. I don't know why. That's a lot smarter than I am, that's for sure. So then I would want to put an ATR. What is a token? And if there's an RTL token for ATR, I don't know how to figure that out. This didn't make any sense. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to code that. I don't think it's a session statistic. It might be. I don't know whether that's even remotely right or not. Let's check. I don't know whether there's such a thing as ATR. It doesn't look like it. No. So I don't know though. I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to get rid of that. Just for now, because I don't want to break anything. I'll have to look at it, see how to refer to a current ATR in in a rule here. I don't remember. Oh, right there. No, not right there. Yeah, ATR stop. What does that do? Well, ATR stop works somewhere, somehow or another. Maybe it's not true range. Maybe it's true range. I'm just, killing time, actually. I'm not going to be doing any trading. It's going to get up there and take those out and be extremely profitable. And Rod is on that trade. He's been on the trade since my first entry, and he is, no, I'm sorry. He's been on that trade since here, and he's still holding. So that's the difference. That's the difference. No. Well, I don't know what to do there. Well, I'll figure that out later. I thought, sure. Okay. Well, there we are. What a beautiful sight to see, huh? From there, right up, just a long, slow grind up 20 handles. That one simple trade would have made back all the stops. That's the difference. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's all I needed to do. Let's see if this works. Where did ATR go? Oh, it doesn't recognize ATR. Okay. Yeah, I don't recognize it either. These are the tokens. Well, that's disappointing. So much so. Well, I know that ATR's got to be in here somewhere. These are the tokens. And I just got to think of how he would have called it, what he would have called them. I'm sure they're got to be there. That's about as. Anytime you have an average true range stop, I guess you got to have a. I guess it's got to be in there somewhere, doesn't it? Maybe not. Oh, that's just pretty weird. Guess not. Okay. Well, then in that case, I'll just. What was that? I don't think I want to do that. Wanted to do that. Good thing. Well, that's pretty weird. I'll have to Google how to do that and get over to IRT's help section. I'm not going to do that standing here and I would probably put that limiting criteria in on the trigger as opposed to the that rule instead of the entry. What that does, the trigger provides this. It's not up there anymore. It provides the third. I'm sorry, the third value, and then the actual entry itself provides the fourth. So, there you go. That's what I'll be doing. All right, I'm gonna step away now. Well, here we go. Almost ready for that top of that power hour. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, could be some random risk up there. Yeah. We got the POTUS on the microphone at 1400, so very definitely I'll be off of any other trades. All in all, a disappointing afternoon or morning or day or whatever you call it. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate the subs and the likes. And if nothing else, I hope this provides some sort of reinforcement one way or the other. This is what I should have had right here for the day. And this one is what I shouldn't have had right there. I guess we've already been over that, so it's probably spilt milk. It was narrated. Hi, buddy. It was narrated in the stream, as are all of them. And obviously is depicted pretty hard to see. There's not even, it wasn't even a trade long enough to have a break-even line moved by a tick. Isn't that something? Not funny particularly, but it kind of is. So this weekend I will be, well, today I'm through this weekend, as I always do, working on my homework. I'm going to put that ATR filter. First, I will backtest the system as it is. That's the only way to do it systematically. And then make any changes and then backtest that and see if it's good or bad. See what happens. The opening range trade was also killer today. If anybody got on that, it's just got a real poor. Look at that. It has a real poor expectancy because it's so seldom does it work. It's great for sensationalism when people don't see the history, you know. That's the whole thing about most of the trading things that you see. They talk about, they either cherry pick charts or somebody will, you know, I give you an hour and a half or an hour long dissertation about how this is the perfect trade and look at this and here's how it worked today and this is how you set it up, and that's great. But when you backtest it and discover that it is a dismal expectancy over a long period of time, then you just throw it out the window. What I do anyway. And I'm not certain. One thing I may have forgotten to mention today, this is certainly not a me, my way or the highway stream. I am streaming live with full transparency what I'm doing now and the way I'm doing it. And if anybody has a better idea, or if you are, you know, please share. If you're consistently profitable and don't want to share, good for you. But I'm not saying that do it this way. I'll be kind of flabbergasted if they don't get up here to this overnight POC. I mean, this MCVPOC before the day is over. frankly. Again, as I pointed out yesterday, look how flat this is. Excess. Flat. There's no, the auction hasn't come to a conclusion up here. Same way with yesterday. Only it was to the downside yesterday. Why is any of that happening in the face of bad economic news? Your guess is as good as mine. I'm sure we'll take that 45 again. That's been a big number on my radar for weeks. To the point that I even have it on the TLab chart. For days now. Become kind of a joke. People ping me, hey Boomer, here comes 45 again. Not going to cry over spilled milk, but wish I'd have been any place but standing here when this happened. Because the next couple of minutes later, there's 35 handles. I guess probably one of my bigger errors today would be not putting them back out. But I'm real conscious of potential FOMO or revenge trading or something like that, you know, and I probably oversold. That's probably a large part of it today, for example. And the fact, you know, just where I am in the bigger picture is today was the 9th consecutive stop in a row. Consecutive stop. On a system that has been backtested over 1,000 trades in 400 or 500 days and has a history or has a expected 6 stop consistency or consecutive stops. So that's 1.5 times the data. Now, this way to look at that, I suppose, is besides just the surface number, the system would have taken, had it taken this one and stopped, it would have taken this one. And then it would have, you know, been out and taken this one and still be, and have gotten several winners. So that part and parcel of it could be me, the me element, the meat element in the system. Which is what I have to really think about, how I'm going to deal with that, or how I'm going to address that. And the other part of the thing is, from a risk management point of view, which is my, you know, I suppose I deliver that message way too many times every day, but I can't stress enough how important it is. 9 consecutive stops in a row on the micros is less than 1 stop on the mini in terms of dollars. Account. So from an account preservation point of view, I'm right. I'm doing fine. But I think the meat angle is probably, I'm gonna have to go back and review several of those and see if the meat principle has got something to do with it. Because I tend to when I take a stop like that, especially dramatic and early on, I just close down and stand back and analyze it a lot, and I'm definitely risk adverse at that point. It's probably not, well, today it's obviously not good. You know, that would have taken that would have made back all of the stops in terms of ticks and money. So that's a real important factor to consider. Which, to be honest with you, I hadn't thought about that part of it. I had thought about more from a negative angle. Well, why are these stops, so many stops in a row? I hadn't really considered the fact that the thing about the system that kind of lulls you into when you backtest, kind of lulls me at least into a false, maybe not false, maybe true sense of confidence and security is, I'll show you in a minute here at the top of the hour with the backtesting, but there's no possibility for discretion. When a signal is recognized, it's taken. Period. When it's not, it is not taken. Also, period. Full stop, you know. And that's as I mentioned in the early on around this, when I was discussing this area right here, I really by initiating discretion and not taking any further moves here, I basically just invalidated all the work I've done vetting the trades, because the minute you interject discretion, you have nullified all of the statistical work. So it's a double whammy, right? All right, the power hour, and Otis takes the microphone, so mind your risk. Okay, big glass of fresh orange juice, and sunny outside, and things could be a lot worse. So, okay. Well, pretty much I've gone through my philosophy about trading as a business and approaching it from a point of view of probability and statistics. I think that should be well understood, and it's certainly in the stream. Just about hour and let's see, 8, 9, about an hour and 45 in. Well, about an hour, a little less than that. Wait a minute here. Let me think about this. I wish this timestamp thing had the chapters on it. I got to stop and think, because the stream obviously is working on hours in, since it started at 8 o'clock, not the clock. So anyway, just before 9:30 Central Standard Time, which would be around 1 hour and say I guess about 1:15 in the stream. I talk about the approaching it as a business of statistics and what the initial balance really is and all that stuff. So I'm going to cut straight to the chase here. In the backtesting department. So I've just been talking a while about this. You know, this is the initial balance. I only traded the 2 initial balance setups, one for each IB high and IB low. And this was the first initial balance trade that was signaled right there. And that thing stopped before I could get my hand off the, basically almost simultaneously. I mean, within a second or less. Well, I tell you what, let's see what that is. That would be kind of funny. Let's look at that. This is the I don't know why that's showing the 5th. That's yesterday. Okay. Well, it says about it's about 3 seconds. Entry time, exit time. I don't know why that's there from yesterday. That's kind of weird. I've not seen it do that before. Typically it resets every day. Maybe there's something that's changed in an update. I don't know. Anyway, never mind. Sorry about that, but yeah, so 3 seconds. This would have been another one, and this one would not. This was a signal because it went up and down and into the zone and back to the trigger. Now, this did not do so. This came straight down and straight back up. It didn't come through the IB first. That's the signal, right? Anyway, so let's get back over here, and this is what I'm talking about right here. Boom, boom, and then up, and then down and up. And you see that it didn't come back to the trigger down here. And this is going, the way it has to work as far as the way I have the signals written is it needs to come through the IB high from the bottom. As did this one and this one, but not so this one. Okay. Oops. There's the one there's where I traded, there's where I stopped. Here's the second one, and then this one was not really a valid signal. So those trades look like this right here. Here's the trade I took. A, B. You notice there's no trigger because it flew straight through it. Now, we go down, we come back up, trigger, and off you go. And this is where the problem comes in from. I have the system working within the IRT simulation environment because I'm not confident enough of my coding to have this be sending live trades to AMP. So I manually replicate the trades over here, which I clearly did not do here. I was a little bit anxious that there was going to take the trigger and take off, and I entered rather than waiting for the trigger to be displayed here on this side. It's a knife edge. I don't know how to deal with it. So the way the backtesting in the whole system works is real simple. These are the rules that validate this. A, first rule is the IB high, IB high or low. B is the continuation or the pullback zone. And then the trigger. Notice there's a trigger here, but I have one more filter that doesn't show here, which is basically a context, trying to align the order flow with context, and that's why this didn't fire. It's the same thing here. This did fire, and to 2 targets. This one is I don't know what exactly this one is about, but it's not. Let's look at that. That didn't look right. And here we are. So the way the system, this is just the graphic representation of the trading system. This chart has nothing to do with it, except that I have sent the system to the chart for graphics, so I can visualize it. Now the key thing that I use this for is the backtest engine. So here's how you set it up. 2 contracts, IRT, blah, blah, blah. Let's put 10 days on here, or 500 days. 500 days. Now imagine this. Try to do this yourself. You're going to go back through every day and validate all of these signals exactly by the rule. No discretion, no close or not. If it says the close must be below this bar, it can't be just the low. It's got to be the close. It can't. If it says the close is below the bar, it can't be close is equal to the bar. You know what I mean? It's got to be specific, as are the rules written. And I call them rules, by the way, because that's what IRT defines them as. So I realized early on I couldn't even remotely do that accurately and in any kind of, reasonable amount of time. So I looked to this backtest engine, and now we're going to backtest this exact system. So the computer is going to go back 500 days, and it's going to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, 500 days. And there it is. 498 days, trading days, 223,285 1-minute candlesticks, bars, took 8 seconds. Think about that for a minute. 24,000 bucks, 1,129 trades, 566 long, 563 short. There's a lot of other data on this particular page, which is pretty important. There's the average daily stuff. Here's the favorable excursion and adverse excursion. Favorable daily excursion is 325 and adverse is 60. How much capital was required to run the system? How many contracts you traded? Were traded? And then the other reports, which are also very valuable to me and important for what I do next. There are 766 winning trades, the 35.43 average. Largest was 116 bucks. 208 losing trades or stops, $12.91 average, 37 average winners, and 6 consecutive losers. Now with the meat principle, with the meat problem interjected, this so far is sitting on 9, but we're going to do something different in a minute. So after that, you can even get so detailed that you can look at every trade, every 1,128 trades, when it was placed, exactly what the exits were, and any notes about them, and what the outcome was. All of them. Short, T1, T2, short, stop, short, T1, short, stop, exactly broken out. Then I take that data and input it into this. Oops, where'd it go? Not in the music sheet, but over here. And each one of these lines is a backtest. And this is just for the MES or ZS above here. So on the on the third, 3 days ago now, this backtest ran. The way it works is the instrument ticks periodicity, stop, T1, T2, number of contracts, whether there was a trail trigger or not, and trail to what? Well, to entry. 498 days, 1,129, 769, 35, 210, 13, 74.76% win rate, 18.52 expectancy, R factor of 1.44, risk reward of 2.5, and then there's a 36 and 7, and total number of longs and shorts, and the profit factor, and what the commissions were, and what the net was. And if I want to run that extra page and put in the sharp ratio and the Centino and all that stuff, it's all available. This is why I believe this is a backtest. So this is a valid system. I shouldn't question the system from a statistics point of view until, as long as these are in parameters, and this is no longer in parameter. But the thing that's the difference between this system and what I'm realizing is the meat. So that's interesting. I'm not sure what the hell to do about that. The ideal thing to be able to do about it is have the system trade the system. I wish I were confident enough to do that. And maybe I can look into it. Maybe I can. I don't know. But that's pretty frustrating where as it stands today, it's frustrating. Now let's do something just out of curiosity here. Well, what I'm going to do now is... What am I going to do now? Let me just see. I guess what I can do is run that again and see if there's any... I don't think there's really any appreciable difference. Yeah, $6. $6 difference. 566, 563. I was going to enter that again just today, just to see if there was some sort of differences, but 1129. Yep. 769, 766. Okay, there's 3 less winners, and there are 2 less losers, meaning that there's got to be more stops, more scratch. Because the values are the same, 35 and 12 and 13. So we've had less winners and less losers, and that means we've more scratches. Huh. And then I'm going to do a short version. What is the day? What day is this? 6. I hate doing dates that way. I just hate that. It's not normal for me. Oh, wait. What's up, Lucky? What's up, bud? So what do we have for winners? 766. And I'm just inputting the data over here, right? 766 and 35.43. And 20. Wait a minute. Hold on, nobody move. 763 and 35.43 and 208, 1291. Yeah, picked up on the scratches. 37 and 6 and what? 566 and 563. Rather 63. 24. Okay, there you go. So that's the current. And now that I've recorded that, I can make my changes for the ATR thing that I'm going to try to do. I'm also going to pull one for just the recent, I don't know, say January and through now, and see how that affects the back test. See if it's any kind of special thing. See if it's surprising, because that's where the bulk of the consecutive stops have occurred, right? So okay. What do I want to do here? I guess what I want to do is January 01, 26 to present. Okay. All right. Backtest. Well, I can tell you that was not 9. I don't think it was anyway. Let's look. So it's, come on. No, it's again, it's still 6 consecutive losers. So that hasn't been any appreciable change in the market. And 36 consecutive winners. Interestingly enough, that all of the consecutive winning trades except for one happened January and through February. That's pretty surprising to me. Certainly not my best trading with the system. That's pretty crazy that there's, you know, because here it is. Oh, wait a second here. What am I doing? 15 and 1. So about half of them. Much better consecutive wow, nearly 50% of the winners were consecutive. See that? Now, what am I doing? I'm obviously tired. So let's do this. Let's do, what is it? 06, 02, and 26. Why is that doing that? Oh, I know why. I'm putting those damn dashes in there. Never mind. Okay. Let's figure out why I was doing that. Sorry. 1, 2, 1, 2, 48, 2, 0. So what do we have? Total of 52 trades. Now 52, we have 25 trading days. And we have 52 trades. And we have 36 winners. Right? Yep. Average winner is 36.22. And we have 6 losers. Average loser is 12.25. Only 10 scratches. And we have 15 consecutive winners, 1 consecutive loser. 21 and 31. And 1, 2, 36.25. So there are, all of these numbers now have been input into the system for this, anything crazy looking over here? No. Sometimes it does this and I'm not sure what to do about that. I don't think it's important. So now we have the most recent day, and this is 060226. And this is 060226. I typically always do the day, date, and year. Moved out of the States too long. So here we are. This is beginning of January through December. Should have been pleasant. Should have been a better win rate. Expectancy higher. And my performance has been dismal, so I need to really investigate why. And that's what I will do. So that's the backtest wrap up, and I will do the market wrap up at the bottom of this hour, and then we will have the TGIF market on close and balance at 1450. So there you go. All right, daily wrap up. Again, POTUS is on the microphone, so, you know, use caution. So, where are we? Well, here was our day. Blue boy over there. There's the session right now. Truly not much question about an opening drive, and away we went. 2 pullbacks and then pretty much nothing right up to now. Gonna get right back up here to this MCVPOC, my world famous 45 number I've been talking about for weeks. And what else to say over here, you know? This is the micro composite, and there we go. Gonna take it out now, it looks like. The micro composite POC. Why today was, they thought it was a good day to buy them up, I don't know. Can't imagine any reason, but there you are. We've got about normal volume. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is, oh no, this is light. That doesn't make any sense. 77% volume for this time of day. Percent average. And our ATR is back up at 2 1/4. That makes no sense to me. Hold on. Typically, our volume is around 1.3. And I guess 1.03, and now it's 1.02. I'm surprised that that's reporting light, to be honest with you. Well, so what? Nobody cares whether I'm surprised or not. Yeah, here's our, you know, the micro composite chart, which I will reset for the weekend, obviously, for Sunday Open. And one thing I was pointing out, on all of my IRT charts, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session are all visible in the header. This particular chart is an RTH session only, and it's daily bars. Wherever they overlap, I pull a volume profile around them. And that gives us the micro composite. It adjusts the POC and micro composite POC in the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. So there you go. Let's look into this a little bit further, though. Let's look into this in terms of what we have coming up next week. Oh, Monday. Ooh, extra light. This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter it any way you want. Time zone, reporting, whatever. And I like this format typically for, snapping and posting or whatever. And if you notice that any of these titles turn into a link, so you can drill in to find out all about these reports if you don't know about them. Monday, we've got a little bit. Tuesday, retail sales. Wednesday, non-farm payroll. Oh, now they're going to release non-farm payroll on Wednesday at 7:30. Wow. Okay. That's pretty interesting. And on down, Thursday and Friday. We are in case you don't know, we are in earnings. And this is Friday, and it's still that thick. Yesterday was about five about 5 spins, This is just Monday, and there's Tuesday. Coca-Cola, AstraZeneca. Yeah, that's more like it. That's Tuesday. Cisco and T-Mobile. I was looking for NVIDIA, but I don't see him yet. Maybe I missed it. You get the point. We're in the heart of earnings season, and it's going to be a big one. It is a big one. And that will be for next week. The other news source that I use, also free, but you can pay for both, of course, is Financial Juice. And yeah, is he still talking, or did he finally get through? Or well, that's scary that there's nothing about it over here, so be careful. That doesn't make any sense. He can't possibly have not said anything. Well, maybe. I'm not making any kind of a political statement. What I'm talking about is a very real potential risk to the system, to our auction, and it's perfectly, fine. Trump can sign whatever he wants, have all the speeches. It's not anything about that. It's about a heads up. Same exact reason I'm concerned that non-farm payroll is every Friday at 7:30. I want to know that because I don't want to get blindsided by something that I wasn't expecting. I manage my risk. That's the difference. And that's the only reason I point that out. And it's especially, and why I point out is this, that I'm especially thankful that Financial Juice picks these things up, because investing.com doesn't. So they are. Now this right side over here is kind of a squawk box, and that will have the market on close and balance at 1450. There you go, boys and girls. Have yourself a really wonderful weekend. I'll be closing this down at the top of the hour, as every day, every trading day. And if anybody would like these session prices, I push them continuously from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. and free. Just let me know. Drop something in the chat there, and I'll hook you up, and away you go. Disappointing, but encouraging that I stick to my guns and I'm on track. I think I've identified here while we talk the fly in the ointment, or the meat in the ointment. Maybe that's the right way to put it. So I'll look into that over the weekend. "10 minutes until the market on close. Remember that the most important piece of equipment you have in your trading office is you. Much more so than all the things we spend so much time with, monitors and software and strategies and indicators and all that. Think about it for a minute. All that data comes in your eyes, processed by your brain. You use that to make financial decisions that affect you, your life, and your family. It should be the priority to take care of that particular tool, which is you. Be well rested, be well hydrated, be healthy, exercise. If you're on emotional tilt, put the mouse in the garbage can. Really, really important. Every day we go up against some of the most well-educated and certainly most well-funded adversaries, and futures is a zero-sum game. Remember that. There is never, ever a possibility of having more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers. It's one and one. It's a contract between a buyer and a seller. We're going to continue to blow after this close here. They'll continue to take it up. We've now taken out that 45, and they'll keep going, I believe, because we're right up here at the top. Anyway, the way the market goes up is the aggressive buyers coming across the inside market and lifting the ask. Vice versa for the down market. We got aggressive sellers coming across and hitting the bid. Why in the world they think it's a good idea to be going up here, I don't know. But they're pretty happy about it. And thinking about it from that point of view, imagine it's the old adage, the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down and down to go up and up to go down. And why does that happen? Well, because just like today, buyers, 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 buyers. And who's on the other side of all that? Selling, 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 selling. How do those guys that are doing all that selling and holding all that inventory, how do they make a profit? Down it comes. Hi, Panda. Oh, big stretch, kitty. Did you have a big nap? And that's the market. That's the futures market. So you need to be on your best game, because those highly educated, well-funded boys and girls that come in to trade every day come in with one purpose in mind for their company, and that's to make money. And there's only one way you make money in the futures market. Somebody else loses money. It's a zero-sum environment. It's not personal. They could care less about you or your stops. They know they would look for fuel, knowing that there should be a bunch of fuel there that they can get. But that's how this market works. So you better be on your A game. In my opinion, we had better be on our A game. In my opinion. There's that excess I was talking about on the top of the profile. There we have it. Now, much like yesterday afternoon, if they close it right up here, I would expect it to continue on first through this next hour until the final close, and then on the open Sunday. Unfinished business, you know. Gonna have the market on close here in a minute. Okay. That will be and there we go. There's that market on close imbalance. Big pop. That'll manifest over here pretty quick. Unbelievable. What a week, huh? So here are the market on close imbalance. 299 million sell side for the S&P, 118 million sell side for the NASDAQ, 28 million buy side on the Dow, and 75 million sell side on the Mag 7. There you go. That puts a lid on the pot there, boys and girls. So we will be winding this hootenanny up here at about 1500, and look at it go. Oh, aren't they excited? So excited. Got another POC up here from the 3rd, huh? Well, if anybody was on that one, you're a pretty happy guy. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. The meat guy, I guess I'm too analytical, I guess. I'm trying to be too precise, maybe? Could that be it? No. Whatever it is, it needs to change. Gonna shut this thing off here in another few seconds. Remember that I stream every trading day from 800 in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. That's the cash close. No trades are taken off the stream. It's 100% transparent and accountable. And I really appreciate you coming by. Subscribe, like, all that stuff is I really appreciate it. It's an honor. And put stuff in the chat there so it's not so quiet. Have a great weekend. Get out and do something for yourself. Take care of you, as you are the most important piece of equipment you've got in your tool shed there. And we definitely have. It's tough. The older we get, and the more we stand in front of these screens all day, the harder it is to be in shape and have a good attitude. So definitely take that to heart. And there we go. There is the 7 hours on the stream. So you have yourself a stellar weekend. I'll close this off and get the chapter markers in there pretty quick. Real sick of this losing streak, that's for sure. Have a great weekend, and the levels will be pushing as of 1700 on Sunday night, and then through the week continuously. So have yourself a great weekend, and thanks for coming by. I appreciate it very much.